call presiding.
Good morning, Marshall. Good morning, everyone.
You may be
Good to see you.
seated.
Morning, Your Honor.
Before we bring in the jury, I have just a couple of things to bring up. I noticed there are members of the media present. This is really for them more than others. So on Friday, we did have a hearing regarding media presence at the proceedings, and I entered an order. The highlights of the order are that you guys are here and you're aware. I understand that you're supposed to be from the agreement that we made with all of you. The only thing, I particularized one thing which has to do with 3 exhibits that will be physical exhibits that I have precluded any kind of coverage of, and it'll be clear to you that they are exhibits 36, 61, and 62 for identification. Those are state exhibits, and those will not be televised or recorded otherwise. And you can also clarify with the lawyers which ones those are. Also, just to make things clearer, I did do up a list of a few rules that I do want to have govern the recording, photographing of the proceedings for this matter, and they are as follows. There'll be no video or photographs of documents, photographs, or other content of the judge's desk or desks of the prosecutor, defense counsel, or any court personnel, that is like the clerk or monitors or the marshal. There'll be no photographs, video, or audio recordings of the following: the jury, any children, anything that goes on here during recesses or before or after sessions in the courtroom, matters in the courthouse but outside the courtroom, or sidebar conversations. And then I'm going to order that members of the press shall not approach or attempt to interview jurors, alternates, witnesses, attorneys in the case, or court staff prior to the conclusion of the proceedings here, and I mean the trial, in the courthouse, on its grounds, or elsewhere. These rules I've established just to preserve the dignity of the court proceedings and out of respect of the privacy and rights of all involved. Failure to comply with these rules may result in removal from the courtroom, and I really anticipate and appreciate your cooperation. And I think the clerk's office has a copy of those rules for you if you need them. That all said, is there anything we need to address, counsel, before we bring the juries?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Then we will bring the jurors in.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant has been charged in the following information. In the Superior Court of the State of Connecticut for the Judicial District of Ansonia Milford, Robert J. Devlin Jr., Deputy Chief State's Attorney, accuses Brian D. North of manslaughter in the first degree with a firearm, and charges that in the County of New Haven and the City of West Haven, on or about the 15th day of January 2020 at approximately 5 p.m. at that portion of Campbell Avenue that passes under Interstate 95 in said city, the said Brian D. North, under circumstances, events, and an extreme indifference to human life, recklessly engaged in conduct which created a great risk of death to Mubarak Soulemane and thereby caused the death of Mubarak Soulemane by means of the use of a firearm, to wit, a Smith & Wesson M&P 2.0 9mm handgun, in violation of Section 53A, 55, paren A, paren 3, and Section 53A, 55A of the Connecticut General Statutes, dated at Cheshire, Connecticut, this second day of June 2022, signed by Deputy Chief State's Attorney Robert J. Devlin Jr. To this information, the defendant has pled not guilty. It will be your duty to decide, therefore, whether he is guilty or not guilty, and to say so by your foreperson and say no more. Kindly attend to the evidence. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning. My remarks at this time will generally acquaint you with some of the legal principles that will control your deliberations and give you an idea of how the trial will proceed, how long it is expected to take, and what your daily schedule will be. I'll give you detailed instructions of law at the end of the trial before you begin your deliberations. You'll notice at the beginning of your jury selection, I'll be reading a lot of these remarks. That's because much of what I want to say is important that you hear, and I need to make sure that I've said all that I want to say here. As you will recall, the state has charged Mr. North in an information. I may refer to Mr. North as the defendant or as the accused. That reference is of no significance. The information that has just been read to you by the clerk is not evidence. It is merely the formal means the state uses to accuse a person of a crime and to bring him to trial. You must not consider it as any evidence of the guilt of the defendant or draw any inference of guilt because the defendant has been arrested and formally charged. Now, every defendant in a criminal case is presumed to be innocent, and this presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial unless and until he is proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden is on the state to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. The charged crime has required elements that I will explain to you. At the conclusion of the evidence, if you determine that the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt every element of the charged crime, then you must find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if you are satisfied that the evidence establishes the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt for each required element of the charged crime, then you must not hesitate to find him guilty. The defendant may or may not testify in this case. An accused person has the option to testify or not to testify at the trial. He's under no obligation to testify or even to offer any evidence. He has a constitutional right not to testify. You must draw no unfavorable or any negative inferences from the defendant's choice not to testify if that is the choice he makes. The procedure of the trial is as follows. After I finish this instruction, the state will present its evidence. Then the defendant may present evidence. The defendant has no legal obligation to present evidence. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or to produce any evidence at all. If the defendant does decide to present evidence, the state may then present rebuttal evidence if it chooses to. When all evidence has been presented to you, the lawyers will then make their arguments to you. Bear in mind that the arguments by the attorneys are not evidence. You may consider the arguments of counsel during your deliberations, but it is not evidence. When making their arguments, the lawyers are not allowed to give their personal opinions about the case or their opinions about the guilt or innocence of the defendant. When arguments are completed, I will then instruct you as to the law that you must apply in this case. At the conclusion of the instructions, I'll send you to the jury room to begin your deliberations. That is the first time that you will discuss this case with anyone. Up until that time, you will not discuss this case with anyone, not even each other. Once deliberations begin, all deliberations must be conducted in the jury room and only when all the jurors are present. When you do deliberate, you apply the facts that you find to the law as I instruct you to reach your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous, meaning you must all be in agreement. My responsibility as the judge is to conduct the trial of this case in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. to rule on questions of law arising during the trial, and to instruct you as to the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree or not. My actions during the trial, in ruling on claims or objections by counsel, in comments to counsel, in questions to witnesses, or in setting forth the law and instructions to you, are not to be taken by you as any indication of my opinion as to how you should determine the issues of fact. If you come to believe during the trial that I have expressed or intimated any opinion as to the facts, you must disregard it. As I've told you, my job as judge is to ensure that there is a fair trial so that you can decide the case fairly and impartially. During the course of the trial, I may occasionally ask questions of a witness. Do not assume that I hold any opinion on the matter to which my questions may relate. Remember at all times that you, as jurors, are at liberty to disregard all comments of the court in arriving at your own findings as to the facts, but you are not at liberty to disregard my instructions on the law. In any event, you must not take anything I may say or do during the trial as indicating what I think of the evidence or what your verdict ought to be. Your function as the jury is to determine the facts. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts, and you alone determine the weight, the effect, and the value of the evidence, as well as the credibility of the witnesses. You must consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who appear before you, and you alone are to determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which any witness should be believed. It is your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. You are entitled in the course of evaluating the evidence to draw any and all inferences that you find reasonable and logical from the evidence you hear. When examining the evidence, you should be aware of the possibility that you have what is called implicit bias. Biases are prejudices in favor of one or against one thing or person or group compared with another. Basically, bias equals prejudging in a positive way or in a negative way. It's been proven that most biases happen at an unconscious level. In fact, researchers have found that unconscious or implicit bias is a part of how we all think and process information. It's important for you as jurors to be aware that unconscious bias exists. Recognizing that we all have such bias may help you avoid having that implicit bias affect how you reach your decision in this case. You must decide the charge based on the facts you find and the law I give you. You cannot base your decision on sympathy for anyone involved in the case. In the event a guilty verdict is entered, the punishment would be solely the court's responsibility, and you are not to think about it or consider it when deciding the facts. You will decide what the facts are from the evidence that will be presented in this courtroom. That evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses during both direct and cross-examination, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and any facts on which the lawyers agree or that I may instruct you to accept. The following are not evidence, and you must not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of this case. Statements and arguments of the attorneys, questions and objections of the attorneys, and testimony that I instruct you to disregard or that is stricken. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, that is, it is evidence from which you may infer another fact. As an example, if you wake up in the morning and see that the sidewalk is wet, you may infer that it rained during the night. The wet sidewalk is circumstantial evidence that it rained. Other evidence, however, may provide another explanation for the water on the sidewalk, such as the presence of a garden hose that was left on overnight. Therefore, before you decide that a fact has been proven by circumstantial evidence, you must consider all of the evidence in light of your reason, experience, and common sense. In deciding this case, you may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. Some evidence may be admitted for a limited purpose only. When I instruct you that a piece of evidence has been admitted for a limited purpose, you must consider it only for that purpose and for no other. In deciding the facts of this case, you are the sole judges of the credibility or believability of the witnesses. You will have to decide which witnesses to believe and which witnesses not to believe. You may believe everything a witness says, or only part of it, or none of it at all. Every witness starts on an equal basis. You are to listen to all of them with an open mind and judge them all by the same standards. Police officials will be testifying in this case. You must determine the believability of police officers in the same way and by the same standards as you would evaluate the testimony of any other witness. The testimony of a police officer is entitled to no special or exclusive weight merely because it comes from a police officer. You should recall his or her demeanor on the stand and manner of testifying and weigh and balance it just as carefully as you would the testimony of any other witness. You should neither believe nor disbelieve the testimony of a police officer just because he or she is a police officer. During the course of the trial, counsel for either party may object to a question asked by the other lawyer. It is the responsibility of counsel to object to evidence which he or she believes is not properly admissible, and you should not be prejudiced in any way against a lawyer who makes objections. When that happens, I will rule on that objection. If I sustain the objection, you will not hear an answer to the question, and you should not wonder why it was asked or speculate as to what an answer might be. If I overrule an objection, you will hear an answer to the question, and you may give it whatever consideration you feel it's entitled to. There may be times when counsel or the court may ask that you be excused when arguments or objections are made. Those arguments often include matters of evidence that the court may eventually exclude. The reason I ask you to step out in those circumstances is to assure that you will not hear evidence that is not properly admissible, and not to just keep from you evidence that you should hear. As I told you before, the evidentiary portion of the trial will likely take about a week and a half, and that is only an estimate, and the trial may go on for a little bit longer or a little shorter period of time, and I'll try my best to keep you informed during the trial if any adjustments are expected. Once the evidence is presented and the case is presented to you for deliberation, the length of the deliberations will depend upon you. We generally start at 10 a.m. and have a lunch from 1 to 2 p.m. We usually finish at around 4:30, depending where we are in witness testimony. For today, for example, we're going to end around 4 o'clock. We take 15-minute breaks at around 11:30 and 3:15 each day. If any of you need a break at any time, just raise your hand and let us know. Also, if you have difficulty hearing at any time, you should raise your hand and let us know. We generally start at 10 a.m. During the trial, any communication you may wish to make with me must be in the form of a note, which will be created by the foreperson who you will choose and passed to the marshal by the foreperson and read to the lawyers and the parties and then made a part of the record. If you have a question, the foreperson must write it down and give it to the marshal or the court officer who will bring it to me. You may, if you wish, take notes during the course of the trial. And if we could pass out notebooks. Oh, you have the notebooks? Okay, good. You're not required to take notes, even if all of your fellow jurors do. Let me emphasize some ground rules for you regarding note-taking. Notes are a sound tool to help you refresh your recollection during the deliberative phase of this trial. However, notes by themselves are not foolproof. Also, they are not evidence. If there is a conflict between your notes and your recollection of the evidence, it is your recollection of the evidence that must prevail. Additionally, if there is a conflict between your recollection and the notes of a fellow juror, it is your recollection that should prevail. Again, notes are not evidence. You will recall my earlier definition of what constitutes evidence. Your verdict must be based exclusively on evidence presented at the trial and on the principles of law I give to you in my final instructions. Your notes are not evidence. The note-taking process should not distract you from focusing on the witnesses because the credibility you ascribe to a witness is critical. It is essential that you do not allow note-taking to interfere with or impede your ability to view the witness, to listen to him or her, and to size him or her up, that is, to properly evaluate the witness. You should not be preoccupied with taking notes or so preoccupied with it that you overlook what the witness is saying and how the witness is saying it. You may find that note-taking may distract you from giving your full attention to the witness. You will need to observe the demeanor of the witness while he or she is testifying. You will be able to get testimony played back to you during your deliberations, so you do not need to make your own record of exactly what was said. There's no need to try to take a lot of notes or to take down testimony word for word. You may not You may not make or modify any notes outside of court. During recesses, the notepads will remain in the courtroom and will be kept secure for you. Notepads will be collected at the end of each trial day and kept secure and confidential by the marshal or court officer. No one will be looking at them. Whatever notes you take are confidential. You're not to exchange or discuss your notes with your fellow jurors during the trial itself. You may discuss your notes if you choose, but only during the deliberative phase. Just as you cannot discuss or deliberate this case among yourselves until the case has been completed, so too you cannot exchange or discuss your notes until the trial has been completed and the case has been given to you for deliberation. There's no requirement, of course, that you take notes at all. This is an option to be exercised by each of you individually. Those of you who elect to take or who elect not to take notes will be no less conscientious than jurors who do take notes. The juror who takes few or no notes should not permit his or her individual recollection to be influenced by a juror whose notes may differ from that recollection. Notes are only a tool and are not always accurate. Do not assume that a voluminous note taker is taking notes that are necessarily more accurate than anyone else's. I take notes up here because I may be asked to rule on issues during the course of the evidence. Your decision whether to take notes at any point should not be influenced by any note-taking you notice me doing. Finally, notwithstanding note-taking by you and your fellow jurors, do not hesitate to seek a reading of any portion of the testimony if you deem it essential during your deliberations. A few moments ago, you took an oath that will govern your conduct as jurors between the time you took that oath and the time that you are discharged by me after you have rendered a verdict in this case. That oath and the rules of court obligate you to do certain things and to avoid other things, and I want to review your obligations for you now. First, you must decide this case based only on the evidence presented here in court and on the law as I will explain it to you. Second, do not make your minds up about what your verdict will be until after you have heard all of the evidence, heard the closing arguments of the attorneys and my instructions on the law, and after that, you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until that time. There are some rules that flow from these obligations, and I'll go over them now. You may not perform any investigations or research or experiments of any kind on your own, either individually or as a group. Do not consult any dictionaries for the meaning of words or any encyclopedias for general information on the subjects of this trial. Do not look up anything on the internet concerning the information about the case or any of the people involved, including the defendant, the witnesses, the lawyers, or the judge. Do not get copies of any statutes that may be referred to in court. Do not go to the scenes where any of the events that are the subject of this trial took place, or use internet maps or Google Earth or any other program or device to search for or view any place discussed during the case. I give you these directions because the parties have a right to have the case decided only on evidence they know about and that has been introduced here in court. If you do some research or investigation or experiment that we don't know about, then your verdict could be influenced by information that has not been tested by the oath to tell the truth and by cross-examination. The same thing is true of any media reports that may come across about the case or anybody connected with the case. If you do come across any reports in the newspaper or on any internet site or blog, you may not read or watch them because they may refer to information not introduced here in court, and they may contain inaccurate information. If you're accidentally exposed to such information, do not discuss it with your fellow jurors and notify the clerk in writing. You may not discuss the case with anyone else, including anyone involved with this case, until the trial is over and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone else includes members of your family, your friends, your co-workers. If you wish, you may tell them you're serving as a juror, but you may not tell them anything else about the case until it is over and I have discharged you. You may not talk to any of the court personnel, such as marshals and clerks, about the case. You may not ask any friends who are lawyers or law enforcement personnel for advice or information about any matters related to the case. I give you these directions because they haven't heard the evidence that you've heard, and in discussing the case with them, you may be influenced in your verdict by their opinions, and that would not be fair to the parties, and it may result in a verdict that is not based on the evidence and the law. You may not communicate to anyone any information about the case. This includes communication with it by any means, such as text messages, email, internet chat rooms, blogs, and social websites like Facebook, MySpace, YouTube, Twitter, X. Both the defendant and the state are entitled to a fair trial, to an impartial jury, and you must conduct yourself so as to maintain the integrity of the judicial process. When you have rendered a verdict and been dismissed by the court, you'll be free to discuss the case with anyone you wish, though remember that you are not required to. Until then, you must be focused solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and your obligations to the fairness of the proceeding. In addition, you may not talk to each other about the case until I tell you to do so, and that will not be until you've heard all the evidence, you've heard the closing arguments of the lawyers, and you've heard my instructions on the law that you are about to apply to the facts you found to be true. It may seem natural that you would talk about the case as it's going on. The problem with that is when people start discussing things, they may take positions on them and express opinions which are often hard for them to change later on. So if you were permitted to discuss the case while it's going on, you might reach conclusions or express opinions before you've heard all the evidence or heard the final arguments of the lawyers or heard the law that you must apply. Your verdict in this case might then be improperly influenced by the conclusions or opinions you or your fellow jurors have reached before you knew about all the evidence or the law that will help you put that evidence in the proper context for your verdict. What happens if these rules are violated by a juror? Well, in some cases, violations of the rules of juror conduct have resulted in hearings after trial at which the jurors have had to testify about their conduct. In some cases, the verdict of the jury has been set aside and a new trial ordered because of juror misconduct. So it's very important that you abide by these rules. If someone attempts to talk to you, please report it to the clerk immediately. If you see or hear anything of a prejudicial nature or that you think might compromise the proper conduct of this trial, please report it to the clerk immediately. These communications should be in writing. Do not discuss any such matters with your fellow jurors. After you were selected as jurors or alternates in this case, I mentioned to each of you that this trial may generate press interest, and I gave you some brief instructions about what to expect in that regard and how to conduct yourselves while the trial is underway. I want to focus on that for a minute. As you've probably noticed, there are members of the press here in the courtroom, in the hallways, and on the grounds outside the courthouse. They're here with permission of the court because this trial, is a public matter, and the public has a right to know about what is happening here. On the other hand, the court is responsible for ensuring the comfort and privacy of persons who need to be here and for conducting these proceedings in an orderly and dignified way so that neither you nor the parties and their representatives, nor the witnesses, nor the court staff are distracted from their important business here. These interests must all be accommodated and harmonized. Accordingly, the court and members of the press have agreed on certain restrictions and limits on the activities in which the press may engage. First, members of the press may not approach jurors, alternates, witnesses, attorneys in the case, or court staff for questioning or interviews prior to the conclusion of the proceedings here in the courthouse, on its grounds, or elsewhere. Jurors and alternates shall not discuss any aspect of the case with anyone while it's pending. Members of the press shall not take or make photographs or video or audio recordings of jurors or alternates inside or outside the courthouse. But there are one still camera and one video camera in the courtroom, but neither will be used to capture images of any of the jurors. If jurors, alternates, or court staff become aware of violations of these rules, you must report these matters to the marshals so the court may address them immediately. Finally, jurors and alternates should carefully avoid viewing press coverage of these proceedings while the trial is pending. As I've told you repeatedly, it is critical that all that you know about this case is information that has been presented to you here in this courtroom by the parties. Before the trial begins, I want to give you a brief and basic overview of the elements of the crime charged in the information, which elements the state will bear the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt as to the prospective crime as to the crime alleged. At the end of the trial, I'll explain in great detail all the governing legal principles and all of the required elements and where appropriate, any legal defenses. At the outset of the trial, I'm just giving you a basic outline of the required elements for the charge to help you as you listen to the evidence. The defendant is charged with manslaughter in the first degree with a firearm. The statutes defining this offense read in pertinent part as follows. A person is guilty of manslaughter in the first degree with a firearm when he commits manslaughter in the first degree, that is, under circumstances evincing an extreme indifference to human life, he recklessly engages in conduct which creates a grave risk of death to another person and thereby causes the death of another person, and in the commission of such offense, he uses a firearm. In summary, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed manslaughter in the first degree and that, under circumstances evincing an extreme indifference to human life, he recklessly engaged in conduct which created a grave risk of death to another person and thereby caused the death of another person, and that in the commission of the crime, he used a firearm. If you unanimously find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements of the crime of manslaughter in the first degree with a firearm, then you shall find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you unanimously find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements, you shall then find the defendant not guilty. The foregoing summary of the charge alleged against the defendant is just that. It's a summary. As to all these matters, I will give you more detailed instructions after you have heard the evidence in the case and the arguments of the lawyers. Are the parties ready to proceed?
Ready.
Then, Mr. Devlin, will you please call the state's first witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ready to swear, Miss, please.
Morning, ma'am. Could you please just remain standing and face the clerk?
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Will you please state your first and last name for the record?
My first name is Omo, O-M-O. My last name is Mohammed, M-O-H-A-M-M-E-D.
Thank you. May you please state your address for the record?
189 Blatchley Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut, 06512.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please be seated and kind of pull up to the microphone so that we can all hear you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it okay if I call you Homo?
Yes,
Homo. What's your relationship with Mubarak Soulemane?
I'm his mother.
And do you have other children?
Yes,
Okay.
I have 4 other children.
And do you have a daughter?
I have a daughter, Mubarak Soulemane, and Sarah Bande.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture, Homo?
That's my son, Mubarak Soulemane.
This will be marked as an objection to this.
No objection.
Mark. Substitute this one for one that. Okay, sure.
And what is is it previously marked?
Number 1.
And is that you offering it as a full exhibit at this? Full exhibit.
Mark it later. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So this looks like a high school graduation picture. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's the day that he graduated from Notre Dame
Okay, Notre Dame High School in what town?
in Fairfield.
Okay. Can I pass this among the jurors, please? Jar?
You may.
Do you remember the year he graduated?
Mubarak graduated in 2018.
Okay.
18, yeah.
And directing your attention to January 15, 2020, a couple of years later. How old was your son?
He was 19 years old.
All right. Before he graduated from Notre Dame High School in Fairfield, where did he go to school?
Mubarak started high school in Norwalk High School for 1 year, and then we moved to New Haven. So he went to Wilbercross for 1 year before he He went to Fairfield for 2 years.
And he played sports in high school?
He played lacrosse and basketball.
Good. So at some point during his adolescent years, did Mubarak show some signs of mental illness?
That was his second year in high school at Wilbercross. It was 2016 during the summer.
Okay.
When that occurred, and they called me.
All right. And can you tell the jurors about that a little bit?
Mubarak was 15 years old at the time at Wilbercross High School in New Haven. He was in school when he had an episode. So the teachers called me and said, Mubarak is having a reaction. Apparently, I wasn't home. My brother was home. He picked Mubarak up before I got home. We never see Mubarak with that kind of episode. We never see him with that. We never see that. So we rushed to the Yale Hospital. Before, the first time they didn't diagnose what he has. They said it was a mental illness for the first time. But since then, Mubarak kept having an episode. He struggled with that until he graduated high school.
Did they give him medicine for that?
He has medicine.
Okay.
He's been on medication all the time till the last day he was dead.
Okay. So let me direct your attention to January 15, 2020. Where were you on that date, January 15, 2020?
I was in Africa. I was in Ghana.
Okay. And so you were not in the U.S. When your son was killed?
No, I'm not.
Okay. How did you learn about the shooting?
My son, Saeed Soulemane, called me when the state troopers came to his house and informed him that his brother was dead.
Okay.
He was shot and killed.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Mr. Riccio.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning,
Ms.
Sir.
Muhammad. How are you? May I call you Ms. Muhammad?
Yeah.
Thank you. So just a couple of questions, please.
Yeah.
Now, you testified that Mubarak was on medication or was prescribed medication
Yeah.
for his illnesses, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that there were times when he was not taking his medication?
It's hard for Mubarak in the beginning because he's fighting the sickness. Even with that sickness, he was able to graduate with the sickness. So they had given us a nurse to help us. There are times that I couldn't help to give him the medication. The nurse will help. So there are times that it's hard for him to take his meds. Yes.
So it is fair to say that there were times frequently where he was not taking his medication as prescribed.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you were asked about January 15th. Within, say, 24 hours of the event that this trial brings us to, was he taking his medication?
I'm not in the country and I'm not with him, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. And were you aware of any problems that he had with his brother the day before this incident?
Yes, I was aware.
Okay. And you were aware of the fact that he and his brother had an incident where his brother, your son, had to call the police on him?
No, I know my son, Saeed, called the police that he couldn't find Mubarak.
Okay.
That's when he called the police that he cannot find his brother since yesterday. His brother is missing.
And that was as a result, well, withdrawn. During that same call, is it true that he spoke to police about an argument that he had with his brother?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. All right. I have no other questions, ma'am. Thank you very much for coming.
All right.
Your son Saeed made a missing person complaint to the police department, correct, about the
Yes,
car?
yes.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mohammed.
Thank you.
Mary Ann Soulemane?
May you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Marianne Soulemane,
May you please spell your last name for the record?
Soulemane.
May you please state your address for the record?
189 Gloucester Avenue, New Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you.
Please have a seat, Ms. Soulemane, and pull up to the microphone so that we can all hear you well.
Okay.
And I would ask you to keep your voice up so the jurors can hear what you have to say. All right, great. What's your relationship with Mubarak Soulemane?
He was my brother.
When both you and him, did you have a connection with the city of Norwalk when you were growing up?
Yeah, a great connection. Mubarak went to elementary school there. I started off there in middle school.
Can you slide a little bit closer to the microphone, please, Marianne?
Yeah, is this better?
Yes.
Yeah, Mubarak went to elementary school there. I started off in middle school in Norwalk.
Okay.
Mhm.
And did Mubarak have friends in Norwalk, people he knew?
Oh my God, plenty. He had plenty of friends. He was really well known in Norwalk, and he was always there.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that your brother had some issues with had a mental health condition?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was amongst the people that he called the summer of 2016, just in a state of confusion and unaware what was taking place or what was going on. I'm very paranoid, and we just had no idea what was going on until we did. Like, when we took him to the hospital and they were able to give us more insight into his psychosis.
Okay. And did he have a diagnosis?
Yeah, they diagnosed him with schizophrenia and bipolar.
Okay.
Mhm.
And he received some medication for that?
Yes.
But on a day-to-day basis, I know he had that medication, I know he had that diagnosis. Was he able to function?
With the medication?
Yeah.
They would, prescribe him a concoction of medication, and he would be stable for some time. And then as we learned as a family, sometimes, they feel like they're okay on the medication. And so there's times where they just, are not taking it as consistently. And that would be the case with Mubarak. So we would be kind of in and out of the ER, unfortunately, when the manic episodes arose. And it was just a constant readjustment of medication and best efforts to get him to take it consistently.
Right. But he was a varsity basketball player, right?
Right. Yeah. They went to, they were very successful as a team, and he tried everything, basketball, lacrosse. He even did some football as well.
And he graduated high school.
Yes, he graduated high school.
So on January 15, 2020, where were you?
I was in Malaysia. I received a Fulbright. So I was in Malaysia on that fellowship teaching English.
So you were received the Fulbright scholarship from the college you graduated from?
Yeah, I received it from the United States government.
Okay. Okay, from the U.S. government.
Right.
And to do what? What were you doing in Malaysia?
I was an ETA, so English teaching assistant. So I was placed in a school in Malaysia to teach English.
Okay. When was the last time you spoke to your brother Mubarak?
I spoke to him that week before he passed. And I can tell, by just speaking to him, he was pretty erratic, he was definitely experiencing a mania. And I was someone who he often called when he was in that state. And I would just talk to him very thoughtfully, and I'm trying to kind of bring him down and calm him down.
Okay. And how did you learn of your brother's death?
I was very publicly at a location in Malaysia, and my brother called, and he was just very distraught and bawling, and he finally said, Mubarak died, and that was pretty intense.
This was your brother Saeed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Riccio.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May I call you Mr. Soulemane?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Now, you had testified that, and I'm going to assume on multiple occasions, your brother had manic episodes.
Right.
If you were to put a number on it, how many times would you say he had these manic episodes?
I could provide like a range, like maybe like 7 to like 7
Can
to
you speak up, please, ma'am? I can't hear you.
7 to 15, like a range. If I was to provide, I wouldn't be able to give you an exact number.
Thank you, as best you can. Thank you. Now, when these episodes occurred, did he go to the hospital each time?
Yeah, we would ensure that he was, taken to the hospital to be reviewed.
And what was the average stay at the hospital for treatment of these episodes?
It would fluctuate. It depended on their availability, how many beds they had open. It could be anywhere from like three nights to like a week.
And with respect to the facilities or hospitals that you or someone you knew brought Mubarak to, was it a hospital in the simple sense, or was it like a mental health facility?
Well, yeah, we would take him to, we'll call the ambulance. They'll take him to the ER first, and then they'd wait to have a bed open in their mental health unit. So I would assume it's the mental health facility.
Okay. You also stated that as a result of these episodes, there was an adjustment of his meds over time. Is it fair to say that his meds were increasing and or changing after each manic episode?
Not so much increasing, I would say just changing based on what he would share with his, doctor, like the side effects he was experiencing on some of them. They would adjust it accordingly.
And is it fair to say that it was a struggle for Mubarak to take his medications on a consistent daily basis?
Yeah, as we learned with the illness, it's pretty common. So, that was the case for him as well.
I see. Now, you testified as to your whereabouts when this incident occurred. And you had testified that Mubarak had spoken to you prior to this incident occurring, correct?
Right.
And he seemed troubled. Is that a fair observation?
Yeah, I mean, I just, with him having that diagnosis for like four years, I was just pretty aware of when, he was experiencing or about to experience an episode. And I felt that.
And when he had these episodes, you had testified that some of the symptoms that he showed was confusion. He didn't know what his surroundings were, or he didn't understand where he was. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, just paranoia and confusion. Yeah.
Okay. And that happened regularly when he had his episodes?
When he had his episodes,
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, when you spoke to him immediately before this incident, when I say that within days of this incident, your last conversation with him, were you concerned that as a result of that conversation, he was having a really serious episode?
I wouldn't say extremely concerned. I would just say like I was nervous and just wanted to gauge if he was taking his medication, but it wasn't to the point where I felt he needed like immediate attention. I just felt like he should be taking his medication more consistently if in the case that he wasn't.
Now, whether you're a distance away from him or not, when these episodes occurred, did you call someone, whether it be family or doctor, to inform them that Mubarak's having an episode? Please intervene.
I mean, I talked frequently with my brother who was at home with him.
Okay. And do you recall if after you spoke to Mubarak, again, immediately before this incident, did you then call your brother to talk to him about what concerned you through that phone call?
I mean, we discussed just Mubarak, and I mean, he leads his own life as well as Mubarak, so sometimes it's hard to pin him down. But I did discuss with my older brother.
All right. And finally, in your conversations with your brother, and this is Saeed, not Mubarak, but regarding Saeed, Had you spoken to Saeed immediately before this incident of January 15, 2020?
No, I had not.
Okay, so you weren't aware of a disagreement that Saeed had with Mubarak?
No, I wasn't until the tragedy.
Okay. All right, I have no other questions, ma'am. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You are excused. Yes.
Our next witness is Julia Johnson. She's coming in from the other room.
Okay.
Is this Mark? Is this Mark? No, should be next. Okay. Or should we watch it? We're gonna do the photos too, so it should be two. Okay, so let's help with that. Could you just mark this as Exhibit 2A? Right up this way, Ms. Cruz.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Mr. Clerk.
May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you should give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Julia Johnson,
May you please spell your last name for the record?
Johnnson.
May you please state your address for the record?
Excuse me.
Your address for the record?
Decatur, Georgia. 27 Highgate, Decatur, Georgia.
Okay, thank you.
Please have a seat and try to pull up to the microphone so that we can hear you well.
Just slide the seat forward, please, Ms. Johnson, a little more. Thank you. Thank you. So on January 15, 2020, okay, like 4 years ago, where were you living at that time?
I was living at 180 Edward Street in New Haven, Connecticut.
Okay. And how long had you been living there at Edward Street in New Haven?
I don't remember, a few years.
Okay. And were you working at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now, like 2024, you said you live now in Decatur, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. And what sort of work do you do now?
I'm a special education teacher,
Okay. What grade?
3rd grade.
Okay. But getting back to your time in New Haven, did you come to know a person by the name of Mubarak Soulemane?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you meet him?
I met him through my job. He came into the vape store.
Okay. And approximately when was that, if you remember?
It was sometime in the spring of 2019.
Okay. And did you develop sort of a friendship with him?
Yes.
Okay. And did that friendship ultimately result in a dating relationship with Mr. Soulemane?
Yes.
Okay. And about when was that? The dating relationship started?
August of 2019.
Okay. And did that dating relationship continue until the following January when when you met his death?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with him during that time from, say, August when you started dating until the time just before he died?
Loving. He was a very loving person.
Okay. In connection with your relationship, did he ever discuss him suffering from any kind of mental illness?
Yes, he did, but I never pried into it.
Okay. And did his behavior seem abnormal to you during these times?
No, not until a few days leading up to the shooting.
Okay. You would see each other on pretty much a daily basis?
Yes.
Okay. So from your perspective, before the few days before this incident in January 15, 2020, he didn't show to you any great abnormal signs of conduct.
No.
Okay. And let me direct your attention to Friday, January 10th, 2020. It's a few days before the incident. Was there a discussion with him about somebody stalking you?
Yes, his behavior became noticeably paranoid, and he thought people were stalking me.
Okay, all right. And what was your reaction to that?
I initially thought he was trying to be overprotective, but I was slightly confused.
Okay. And then let me move forward to Tuesday, January 14th. This is the day before the shooting incident. Were you with Mubarak at that time during the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, were you aware of the fact that he had a disagreement with his older brother, Saeed?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened? Did he come to your work that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened then?
He came to my work and he sat and hung out for a little bit.
Okay. And did you have a chance to interact with him there?
Yes, I did interact with him.
Okay. And how did he seem to you then?
He seemed out of it. He seemed a little bit like he wasn't himself.
Okay. All right. And was there an incident where he kissed you in a way that was inappropriate?
Yes,
You tell
there
the
was
jury
a
about that?
physical altercation. He bit my tongue, and when I moved away, it seemed like he didn't realize what he had done. He seemed like outside of his body. Like he said that he would never hurt me, and he was confused.
Okay. Had he ever hurt you before of that incident?
Never.
Okay. All right. And so ultimately, did you leave with Mubarak, leave your work that day when you finished work?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a problem with his car?
Yes, his car had the boot on it.
Okay. These is one of these immobilizing boots that like a city of New Haven puts on vehicles, that sort of thing?
Yes.
All right. And so did you ultimately go back to your apartment on that Tuesday evening?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe his behavior as it went through the evening and into that Tuesday night into Wednesday?
It was very erratic and paranoid.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And did it raise concerns on your part?
Yes, it did raise concerns. I asked him if he wanted to go to the hospital. I offered to take him to the hospital. I asked him if he wanted to call a family member. But yes, I was very concerned.
Okay. And what did he say when you offered to call the hospital, call a family member, those sorts of questions to him?
He did not want to do that.
Okay. All right. And in the middle of that Tuesday night, did you have a discussion with him, or did he have a discussion with you about his mental state?
Yes. At one point throughout the evening, he admitted that he was in a psychosis.
Okay. And had he ever been that way before with you?
Never.
Okay. All right. And that night, did Mubarak sleep at all?
No.
Okay. All right. And how would you describe his behavior?
It was erratic, paranoid, disorganized.
So that next day, which is the day of the shooting, which was the 15th of January 2020, did you go to work that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were at work, did Mubarak come to your work site?
Yes.
All right. And how was he acting then when he came to your work at that morning of January 20th?
He was still his behavior was a little bit worse. He was still acting erratic and paranoid.
Okay. All right. And was this like what he was saying, the way he looked, a combination of those things? How are you drawing these conclusions about his behavior?
It was, you know, what he was saying didn't make a ton of sense. He did look a little bit out of it. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And did he tell you about his plans for that day, what he was going to do?
Yes, he told me he was going to play basketball in Norwalk and get his hair cut.
Okay, and since his car was kind of immobilized, I guess, did he say how he was going to get down to Norwalk?
Take the train.
All right. As he was on, or later that day, as that day went along, did you have contact with Mubarak?
His phone had died throughout the day, but I did have contact with him later. He texted me.
Okay. You remember what the text said?
He asked me if I was still at work.
Okay. So that was a bit in the afternoon you got that text?
Yes.
Okay.
Around, I believe, 3:42.
3:42. Okay. And did you text him back?
Yes, I texted him back around 4:11.
Okay. And did you have any further contact with him after 4:11 on January 20th?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you try to call him after that, or did you make any efforts to reach out to him?
I can't remember, but I believe so because of I was concerned for him.
Okay. All right. Throughout this time, you were still in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you cared about him?
Yes.
At some point after this happened, maybe months after this happened, well, let me take it back. At some point, did you learn that the incident where Mr. Soulemane died, a knife was involved in that? Did you learn about that?
Yes.
Okay. And did that prompt you to take a look around your own apartment?
Yes.
And what'd you see?
I noticed that a knife from my knife block was missing.
Okay. All right. And this is a knife block. Where was that kept in your house?
In the kitchen on a shelf.
Okay. And what sort of knives did you keep in your knife block?
It's just a standard knife block. It had just standard knives.
Okay. All right. No, I need the photo. Okay. Should be chipped. No, there should be one with a knife block, like a knife holder. Hold on a second, let me have one. Picture of a knife holder. So I gave it. We did that. First thing. Well, however you want it. Great, thanks.
So that would be
This is exhibit 59.
for ID.
So, Ms. Johnson, I want to show you this picture, which is about 59 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what's that picture of?
My knife block.
Okay. And the slots in there, they would be slots for knives in there?
Yes.
Okay. And when it was, say, before January 20th, 2020, were all these slots filled up with knives?
Yes.
I would offer this, Your Honor, if you did it. No objection.
Full exhibit.
Mark this as a full exhibit, please. Can I publish this to show, Your Honor?
You may.
So Ms. Johnson, when you learned that a knife was involved in the incident, and it was, you inspected your kitchen, what did you notice? Notice the knife was missing?
Yes,
And so ultimately, did you ever see, when you were dealing with Mubarak, when you were in your relationship for those number of months before it happened, did you know him to carry weapons?
no, he never carried a weapon.
Okay. And did he ever steal anything from you?
No,
Did you ever see him with a knife?
never.
All right. And I think you said this before, but other than this incident with biting your tongue, had he ever been physically aggressive with you?
He had never been physically aggressive.
Okay. And so at some point, thank you very much. Did the investigators come to your apartment and show you an actual knife?
Yes,
And this is marked Exhibit 2A. Take evidence tape off this. And they showed you an actual physical knife, correct?
yes,
And did you recognize that knife when they showed it to you?
yes.
And what was that knife?
It was my knife
From the knife?
from the knife block.
Okay. Sorry about this. I should have probably asked something.
Well wrapped. Did you do that, Mr. Devlin?
Get to this bench.
Help is on the way, Mr. Devlin.
Yeah, oh, good. All right, great, good. So, showing you this item, Ms. Johnson, is that the knife from your knife set?
Yes,
Okay. And you told that to the investigation when they showed this to you?
yes,
Any objections being introduced?
No objection.
That's 2A.
Yes, 2A.
So 2A, full exhibit, no objection.
Thank you. Pass this among the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Johnson, showing you this photograph, which is Mark State's Exhibit 2 for identification. Is that a photograph of this knife that you just identified?
yes,
Okay, and it's with a measuring device that shows it's approximately, I guess, about 9 inches long? Approximately.
yes,
Okay. I'd offer this photograph as well. Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 2, full exhibit.
And that's the photograph that was just introduced. And did you, so you became aware this knife was missing after this incident, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And you did not see Mubarak take it?
No, I did not.
Okay. But you presume that he did because the next day or within a few days it was missing from the slot in the knife holder?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Ricchio?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning.
My name is Frank Ricchio. I represent Trooper Brian North in this case. So I'm just going to ask you some questions, if I may. Now, it sounds like you were in a relationship with Mubarak for about 6 months.
Yes. From August to January.
All right. And you had testified that he had had episodes, correct, due to his illness?
Just the one before the incident.
Okay. And that was the episode that we're referring to is when he bit your tongue, was it?
Yes.
Okay. So for 6 months, did you see him on a daily basis, weekly basis? How often did you see him?
So I would say we met in March of 2019 and then started dating in August of 2019 and saw each other pretty consistently.
Okay. And you met at is it a smoke shop?
A vape store.
Okay. Was he there just buying stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during this 6 month period of time, is it your testimony that he only had one episode that you can recall?
Yes.
All right. Now, as a result of this erratic behavior, using your wording, as a result of the erratic behavior you saw between January 10 and 15 or January 10 and 14 of 2020, did it cause you concern where you called his mother or his family to say, you know, Mubarak is not acting right?
I didn't have the numbers of the family, but I tried to encourage him to call his family. And I asked him if he wanted to go to the hospital on several occasions.
All right. Tell me about those several occasions that you encouraged him to go to the hospital and he didn't want to go. Was it during the course of that 6 month period of time or was it closer?
No. This was strictly on Tuesday evening.
All right. And so you were so concerned that you asked him, dare I say, begged him to go to the hospital and he didn't go, correct?
Yes.
All right. You personally were concerned for your own welfare, correct?
Yes.
Did you call the police?
No.
All right. And we know you didn't call his family because I believe you said you didn't have their information, correct?
Right.
Did you ask Mubarak, call your mom, call your doctor, please call somebody?
Yes.
Did he?
No. Not that I know of.
Okay. Now, it sounded like he came and visited you at your job frequently.
Yes.
We can agree that when he came, while you may have been aware of what his mental illnesses were, really the general public had no idea, correct? They didn't know him that way, correct?
Correct.
You would have only known that he had or suffered from mental illness if you knew him personally or you had prior occasions to talk to him and speak to him, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've seen what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 2. This is a knife taken from your house. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
And this knife was taken the day before this incident occurred, correct?
I don't know when the knife was taken.
Okay, but it was taken and it was in his possession before this incident occurred, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, well, you identified the knife as the knife that came from your knife block.
Yes.
And in fact, you had given a statement to police and you admitted that, yes, that is the knife that came from my knife block, correct?
Correct.
And when police came to your house and police asked, can we come into your house and look at your knife block? You're like, oh my gosh, there's an empty space there. That
Yes.
empty space plus viewing that knife led you to believe he took my knife, correct?
Yes.
You didn't give him permission to take that knife, correct?
No.
And in fact, you didn't know that he took your knife, correct?
No.
You didn't know why he took that knife, correct?
Correct.
The absence of that knife combined with his erratic manic state is concerning, correct?
Correct.
The possession of a knife like that in possession of someone going through a manic, erratic, disorganized episode is concerning. We can agree on that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Nothing further. Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, you may step down. You're excused.
Your Honor, the next couple of state's witnesses have been, I'm told, delayed coming into the courthouse. So if we could have a recess so I can get them lined up to testify.
Sure, we'll take a morning recess. 20 minutes.
All right.
again, the session, you may be seated.
Yeah.
Good morning again, Your Honor. We need a statement here.
Yeah, we do, and I believe that they're arranging for their next witness.
I believe so, Your Honor. I believe they might be just outside the door. May I step out?
Could you please? Thank you.
Attorney Devlin is not on this floor.
I just called him in his office. He's on his way over.
But do they have a witness or do they need more time?
I believe they do.
Looks like maybe. Do we have a witness, Mr. Devlin?
We do.
Okay, thank you.
Suresh Patel to the witness stand, please. What's this?
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you should give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. May you please state your first and last name for the record?
Suresh Patel,
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
PATEL.
May you please state your address for the record? Your address for the record, please?
Address 551 Main Avenue, Norwalk, Connecticut.
Thank you, sir.
Not Mark, yeah. Mr. Patel, you own a Shell gas station in Norwalk, Connecticut.
That is correct, yes.
What's the address of your gas station?
551 Main Avenue, Norwalk, Connecticut.
Okay, and can you just describe the premises, what it looks like?
It's a gas station with a convenience store,
Okay, and how many pumps do you have?
6 of them.
Okay, and there's like a canopy over the pumps themselves?
Correct, yes.
All right. Do you have any surveillance cameras that are part of your business?
Yes, sir. We have 16 cameras around.
16?
Yeah.
Okay, and basically where are they located?
8 of them inside, eight outside. So total 4 on the canopies.
Okay. And directing your attention to January 15, 2020, did the Norwalk Police Department come to your business and request some recordings from some of those cameras?
Yes, sir.
And what did they ask for?
They asked for a video surveillance and my manager provided it to them.
Okay. On the date of January 20th, within a certain time frame?
Not sure.
Okay. All right.
I don't know the exact time, no.
All right. And were you present during the afternoon of January 20th at your?
No, I was not.
Okay. All right. Now, within the past, say, week or so, and then earlier today, did you take a look at some camera footage from your gas station?
Yes.
And did you recognize it as accurate footage from your gas station?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me show you this.
Yeah.
State 6, marked as ID.
This is State Exhibit 6, and part of this has a Shell gas station. Did you want any objection to that?
No objection.
So let's play this. Okay.
A full exhibit in the absence of any objection. We're not sure what it is.
It's a video from the service station on January 20th in the afternoon.
Is it on the 20th or the 15th?
This is on the 15th, excuse me,
It
15th.
was taken on the 20th.
Yeah.
Grabbed on the 20th.
I think it might have been grabbed on the 15th later in the day. So if I said the 20th, I misspoke. We
Okay.
saw it January 15th.
All right, then just, and the witness is indicating that that is what it is. Is that
Correct, yes.
full exhibit?
Okay, so let's stop it right there, please. Okay, this is a overhead shot
of your service station, sir?
Correct.
Okay. And which camera is the one that's taking that picture?
Number 2.
Number 2, over pump number 2?
Correct.
All right. And as you're looking at that, where would Main Avenue be?
On the left-hand side.
Left-hand side. So
Yes.
Main Avenue runs in front of your gas station?
Correct.
So could you advance it, please? Stop it there, please, for a second. So that's a white car that's entering your gas station, correct?
Correct.
Not stopping to get gas.
Correct.
All right. Advance it, please. Okay, hold on one second. So a gentleman just got out of the front seat of that car, right? Right, Mr. Patel?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead, please advance it. Stop it. And another gentleman with pink pants got out of the back seat of the car. You see that? Go back, please. Turn slip. Let's play it again. It's just on the edge of the field of the camera, so it's sort of hard to see.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Keep playing it, please. And excuse me, stop it. Did the gentleman with the pink pants get in the front driver's portion of the car?
Yes.
And the other gentleman who had gotten out of the driver's portion of the car, he's sort of standing by the front door of the car?
Correct.
All right, please advance it, please. Nope, stop it. And that looks like maybe possibly a police officer is running up to the car there?
Yes.
All right. Does it look like he's trying to open the door?
Yes.
Okay, please play it. But the car drives away.
Yeah.
Could you stop it now? So that street, that white car is taking a right onto, do you know the name of that street?
That Main Avenue.
Okay, and it's turning on the right-hand turn, do you know the right-hand turn street is?
Yes.
What's that called?
Grace Mill Road.
Okay, so Gristmill Road. So you can see that white car turning onto Gristmill Road. Please play it again. Stop it. Looks like a police car might be following that car.
Correct. Correct. Yeah.
Please advance it. Additional police cars look like they're following.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that? Thank you. Okay, that's the end. So let's play the first part of that again, please, Chair Slip. So there's a white car into the picture, and the driver get out, and the back passenger get out. The back passenger takes the driver's seat and drives away, basically, right?
That is correct. Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Ricchio?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Just a couple of questions, sir, if I may.
Sure.
I'm sure I'm going to ask that we watch this video one more time from beginning to end, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, again, sir, as the video runs, you first see the driver of the car exit the driver's side, correct?
Yes.
And then soon after, the rear driver's side, the gentleman in the pink pants jumps out of the car and immediately gets into the driver's seat, correct?
Correct.
The driver, original driver, is now brandishing a gun and pointing it at the gentleman in the pink pants?
Well, I don't see the gun, but he's doing something,
He was
pointing something.
He was
Correct.
pointing something,
Correct.
correct?
I'm not sure if that what it is. Right?
Sure. And then we saw a police officer come to the driver's side of that car in an attempt to try to enter it.
Correct.
All right. Were you working at the time that this incident occurred at
No.
that location?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Now, we just saw a police officer not only at the gas station, but also other police cars driving up and down Main Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that police were already en route for a report of a knife being pulled at the AT&T store across the street?
At that moment, no.
Okay. Was this the gentleman whose car it was, the gentleman who exited the driver's seat and then didn't get back in the car? Were you aware that the man in the pink pants had assaulted him in that car?
No, I was not.
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you very much.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. You are excused. You're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next witness is Sergeant Bisegli from the Norwalk Police Department. He's coming right in, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Devlin.
Mark the sketch. Okay. Right up this way, please. What do you want to put down? Okay, up the stairs.
If you raise your right hand, you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please state your first name and your last name for the record.
Justin Bisegli,
Please spell out your last name for the record.
Biseglie.
Please state your shield number and your business address, please.
B028, 1 Monroe Street, Norwalk, Connecticut.
Thank you, sir.
You may sit and pull up to the mic so you can speak right into it. Thank you.
So Sergeant Bisegli, directing your attention to January 15th, 2020. By whom were you employed at that time?
City of Norwalk Police Department.
And you were a sworn police officer at the police department?
Yes,
All right. What was your rank?
Sergeant.
And in connection with you, how long had you been a police officer as of 2020?
I was hired in 2008, so
12 years?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you generally familiar with the streets of Norwalk?
yes,
All right. And I want to show you this marked State's Exhibit number 3 for identification. Do you recognize this as a sort of Google map of the area of Main Avenue and Gristmill Road in Norwalk, Connecticut?
yes.
Any objection to this? Mr. Ricciello?
No objection.
So if you can mark this as full number 2.
Full number three.
So I want to show you this, Sergeant. And could you please step out from the three boxes for your spot for a second? Would you please point out Main Avenue in Norwalk, Connecticut? Okay. And Gristmill Road? Okay. And does Gristmill Road connect with the Route 7 connector?
Yes.
Okay. And does that ultimately connect down to Interstate 95?
Yes.
All right. And can you identify on that map the approximate location of a Shell gas station that's near the intersection of Main Avenue and Gristmill Road? Okay, sir, outlined in blue there.
Yep.
Okay, and can you also indicate the approximate location of the AT&T store that is, I think it's number 584. Okay, it's this AT&T store, and then maybe about almost like a block down the road is the Shell gas station.
You could, excuse me just for a second, Mr. Devlin, Mr. Devlin. I just wanted to make sure that the jury,
Yeah, that would be good if we stood there.
Okay,
just
sorry about that.
be cognizant.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry I interrupted. Continue.
So the distance between this AT&T store and the Shell gas station, what would you say it is?
Probably about a quarter mile.
Okay. And then is gas station pretty much right next to the intersection of Gristmill Road?
Yes.
And how far is it from this intersection to where you can connect up with that?
Probably another quarter mile.
Okay, good. Could you take a witness stand yet? Thanks. So on January 15, 2020, at about 4:30 in the afternoon, did Norwalk North Police Department dispatch units to that AT&T store, 584 Main Avenue in Norwalk?
Yes.
All right. And did they indicate what the complaint was from the store?
There's an individual in the store that displayed a knife.
Okay. You were on duty that afternoon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when that dispatch was made, do you remember approximately where you were, what your location was?
I was downtown Norwalk somewhere, not exactly sure where.
Okay. And did you make inquiries to dispatch about more detail about the complaint?
Yes.
And what'd you learn?
I learned that the individual entered the store, displayed a knife, and then shortly thereafter left the store.
Okay. And did you ask any further follow-up questions about the incident?
I asked if there was any threat of violence, if he used the knife in any way, if there was any sort of threat of violence made.
Okay. And what'd you learn?
That there was not.
Okay. And when the report was made by the store to the police department, was the subject still in the store?
I don't know.
Okay. But at some point, did the subject leave the store?
Yes.
All right. Did the dispatch put out any information about how the suspect left the store?
He
What
got
kind
into
of
a vehicle.
Okay. And any description of that vehicle?
I don't recall the description offhand.
All right. Did they give, do you remember, you might remember what the plate number was? Do you remember they put out a plate number for the vehicle?
I believe they did, but I don't recall the exact dispatch.
Okay. And so ultimately, did you receive communication from an Officer Vasquez?
Yes.
And what'd you learn?
I learned that that vehicle was pulling into the Shell station at the corner of Gristmill and Main.
Okay. And he had Officer Vasquez responded to the AT&T store based on initial complaint?
Yes.
May not have gotten there, but he was going in that direction?
Yes.
Okay. And then his attention was directed down to the Shell gas station?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And what happened at the Shell gas station?
He observed the vehicle, parked at a gas pump. There was a male outside of the vehicle and another male inside of the vehicle.
Okay. And what happened?
The vehicle took off shortly after that.
All right. Okay. And it took off. The person that drove away from the vehicle, was that the original driver of the vehicle?
No, the original driver of the vehicle was outside of the vehicle.
Okay.
At the time, Officer Vasquez stepped out with it.
Okay. And the passenger in the vehicle actually drove off in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. In a essentially stolen car situation?
Correct.
All right. And so what happened after that?
The units that were responding to the area said they were in pursuit of the vehicle, traveling on Gristmill towards the connector.
Okay. How many units were involved in that? Do you know?
I don't know offhand, 3 or 4 probably.
Okay. All right. So this car is taken at the gas station. The gas station proceeds up Gristmill Road and onto the Route 7 connector?
Yes.
And Norwalk Police Department cars were following it?
Correct.
Okay. And what happened after that?
I heard the pursuit. put over the air. So I was still responding to that general location, the AT&T store. They said that they were heading southbound on Route 7 connector at about 90 miles an hour. I was approaching exit 2 northbound. So I cut across the median and turned my car facing southbound to get ready to get involved in the pursuit.
Okay, so in this map you just looked at, this connector ultimately turns southbound toward 95?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so you went through the median, you got yourself oriented southbound on the Route 7 connector. What happened next?
I observed a state trooper parked on the shoulder at a car stop near exit 1.
Okay.
And I informed him that we had a stolen car traveling south, and our radio is tied up with a lot of radio chatter. So I asked if they could notify their dispatch.
Okay. Were you monitoring the broadcasts of these officers that were pursuing this car?
Yes.
Okay. What'd you learn from that?
I learned that it was purely a stolen car at that point. There was no crime of violence that they were aware of. They were traveling southbound around 90 miles an hour. Traffic was moderate. Weather was clear and dry.
Okay. Did this pursuit eventually pass your location?
Yes.
What'd you see?
I saw the vehicle go past me with 2 Norwalk cars closely behind, and then I engaged as well.
Okay. And were they broadcasting their speeds as they were sort of pursuing this vehicle down Route 7?
Yes, they were continuing anywhere from 70 to 90 miles an hour.
Okay. Did you get any additional information from dispatch as this is all unfolding?
Yes, I asked dispatch again if there was any sort of crime of violence that occurred in the store. I was aware at that time that the owner of the vehicle displayed a firearm when his car was stolen. So I wanted to inquire if that firearm was still in the vehicle or if it was in that person's possession. Dispatch stated that the complainant had that gun with him. There was no firearm in the vehicle, and there was no crime of violence that occurred in the store.
So the gun was the initial driver's gun?
Correct.
Not the person who took the car's gun?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you make a decision at that point about the pursuit?
We were getting close to 95, and I could see it was rush hour traffic, very heavy traffic. And based on there was no crime of violence that occurred, I terminated the pursuit at that time.
Okay. And how did you do that?
I got over channel 1 and instructed all units to terminate the pursuit. We then conducted a roll call to ensure that all units did in fact stop pursuing the vehicle.
Okay. And terminate means the cars just stop pursuing the vehicle and they go back to their regular patrol?
Lights and sirens go off and they pull off the pursuit, yes.
Okay, all right. And the roll call was to ensure what?
That everybody heard the transmission and actually stopped pursuing.
Okay, and was that successful, the roll call?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn more about this with the car being taken after this pursuit was ended? Did you follow up on that?
I returned back to the scene at the AT&T store.
Okay.
Because the investigation was still continuing there.
Okay. And did you talk to Daniel Green, the fellow who was the owner of this car to begin with?
Yes, he was at the scene.
And what did he tell you?
He told me that he was, I believe, a Lyft driver and brought him to the store. And then when he came out of the store, he got in the back of the car, at some point hit him in the back of the head, which time he pulled into the Shell station. And that's when Officer Vasquez pulled up.
Okay. And when Mr. Green pulled into the gas station, he got out of the vehicle?
Got out of the vehicle.
And did he display his firearm at that time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. But it was a legal firearm from Mr. Green.
Correct.
At some point, did you learn that, well, first off, the information that you have just told the jury about, was that conveyed to the state police in Troop G in Bridgeport?
I notified our dispatch to put over the hotline the last location of the vehicle and the incident that occurred to Westport and state police in case the car continues through their jurisdiction.
Okay.
Our dispatch then contacted state police on the phone, I believe, to give them further details of the incident.
Okay. So what's the hotline?
The hotline is a statewide system where a department can just broadcast immediately to all agencies in the area.
Okay. Okay. So it would be the agencies in the area of Norwalk, Connecticut?
Yes, I believe so. I don't know the exact range that ours.
Okay. But it would include Bridgeport Troop G?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, did you learn that after Norwalk terminated, and pursuit was terminated kind of approximately where Route 7 intersects with I-95?
Right about there, yes.
Okay. And did you later learn that the state police had re-engaged a pursuit with this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And that the vehicle was stopped in the vicinity of exit 43 in Interstate 95?
Yes.
And did you learn there had been an officer-involved shooting at that location?
Yes.
And did you invite your superior officer, Lieutenant Hume, of this information?
Yes.
And did he direct you to go to West Haven?
Yes.
Okay, what'd you do?
I proceeded up to West Haven and I met with one of the state police supervisors up there, Sergeant Kiley, I believe.
Okay.
I spoke with him about the incident that happened in Norwalk. I asked if there's anything he needed from myself or our agency, gave him my contact information, and that was that.
And so, did you receive additional information from Sergeant Kiley about the incident?
Just there had been officer-involved shooting involving a trooper.
Okay. And did you learn about the condition of the person who was shot?
Yes.
What was that?
He was deceased.
Deceased. Okay. And so when you terminated a pursuit, you did it because you made an assessment that it was not a crime of violence and therefore didn't warrant this dangerous pursuit. Is that basically it?
Yes.
And did you, and it wasn't a carjacking incident?
Correct.
Okay. And were you aware that the Norwalk Police Department, after the pursuit was terminated in Norwalk, that the Norwalk Police Department subsequently notified Troop G that it was a carjacking incident? Were you aware of that?
I was aware of that well after the incident occurred.
All right. And that was just a mistake?
I don't know how that information got relayed via our dispatch to them.
Okay. That was inconsistent, though, with your assessment of the situation.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And, you know, so we use this term carjacking, but in terms of your law enforcement training, is there a difference between a carjacking and an ordinary automobile theft?
I mean, ordinary automobile theft involves no physical force when the vehicle was taken.
Okay. And carjacking does?
Carjacking does.
Okay. So carjacking is like a robbery of the forcible taking of the vehicle, some kind of threat of weapon or physical force of some kind or another.
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. Thank you. And so your decision to terminate the pursuit was part about the traffic conditions and the speed, but in part that the information you had did not support this being a carjacking incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Riccio.
You can take that. Sergeant Biseglia, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon. So I just want to ask you some questions about what Attorney Devlin just asked you about. I want to start off with the information that either you knew or you were told about. And you were told about, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this incident that happened at the AT&T store, right?
Yes.
There was a complaint made. Police were called because a man had a knife in the AT&T store, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you see that or did you hear that from someone else?
I got that from our dispatch.
All right. Now, did you learn either from dispatch, meaning in real time, or did you learn subsequent that there was an individual wearing pink pants who pulled a knife on at least one employee at the AT&T store?
Yes.
Were you also advised that this same individual tried to take a phone from the AT&T store or otherwise grab it out of the employee's hand in a very rough sort of way? Had you heard about that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that the suspect was in and out of the AT&T store on multiple occasions before he ultimately left in a Lyft, the car rideshare program? Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that the employees of the AT&T store were so scared about what happened that upon the suspect leaving for the last time, they locked the door because they were so scared?
No.
Now, you had testified that there was no crime of violence, but can we agree that if someone pulls a knife on you and you're not expecting it, that's pretty darn scary? Can we agree on that?
Yes.
I'll add an additional fact that if you're a young person, you know, in your teens or 20s or any age, trying to simply do your job and make ends meet, to go to work and have a knife pulled on you, you didn't sign up for that, correct?
Correct.
And to the person that the knife was pulled on, that could be a extraordinarily scary situation. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
All right. Additionally, with this additional fact, if you will, that the suspect in this case tried to take a phone or otherwise snatch a phone out of a person's hand, again, you don't sign up for that either. You're just trying to sell phones at a cell phone store. Can we agree on that?
I would object to that, Your Honor, because I don't think that is factually accurate that he took the phone out of somebody's hand. So I disagree with the form of the question.
Form of the question, sir. I'll sustain that.
Sure. It's fair to say that if you're working in a cell phone store, you expect to work your day-to-day job without there being any incidents where you have to be concerned about customers that come in and act in a strange way, correct?
Okay. Yes.
All right. Now, you then learned about the car theft at the Shell station, and it was initially reported, correct me if I'm wrong, as a stolen car, correct?
Yes.
Now, you then discussed you didn't discuss the rules, but we're going to talk about what the rules are regarding vehicle pursuits. Now, isn't it true that it's generally discouraged for police officers to engage in pursuits if the complaint is that it's only a stolen car?
Correct.
And to say it differently, it's generally discouraged that pursuits occur if there's no violence, meaning violence had just occurred, is about to occur, correct? So with the absence of violence having taken place or about to take place, pursuits are generally discouraged.
Yes.
All right. In this particular case, and you had just testified that there were multiple members of Norwalk PD that did pursue this stolen car from Main Avenue onto Route 7, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that the driver of that car was driving recklessly, speeds of 90 miles an hour on Route 7, correct?
Yes.
Route 7 is a very heavily traveled road. Can we agree?
Yes.
Route 7 empties into I-95. I-95 in Fairfield County, one of the most heavily traveled roads probably in the country, correct?
Yes.
Let's add to that this happened during rush hour on a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
So you have a stolen car driving 90 miles an hour down Route 7 in heavy traffic, correct? Was the traffic on Route 7 heavy as the suspect was driving 90 down Route 7?
No, it was not heavy.
It was not heavy?
No.
But it was moderate?
Yes.
Okay. Rush hour on a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
And there were multiple units following him. In fact, at some point, and you wrote a memo on this, that you were actually behind him as well.
Yes.
And while you specifically were behind him, you, I believe, stated that you observed him hitting, he being the driver, speeds of up to 90 miles an hour.
Yes.
You were receiving information from others, meaning other Norwalk police officers, about the status of the pursuit, correct? There were other police officers telling you what they saw and what the suspect was doing, correct?
Yes.
And you had heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you had heard from other officers that he was driving recklessly, meaning fast, on a heavily traveled road during rush hour. That's what you were hearing from the other officers, correct?
They gave me the speed, the traffic condition, and the weather.
Right. And the weather, do you remember what the weather was that particular day?
It was clear and dry.
All right. And then ultimately, this pursuit, for lack of a better term, because that was the terminology I heard, but you followed the suspect car off of Route 7 and onto I-95, correct?
Yes.
All right. Once he entered I-90, the suspect entered I-95, that's when the pursuit was essentially called off?
Yes.
Okay. Now, ultimately, minutes later, isn't it true that Norwalk called Troop G and specifically told Troop G that the suspect in this car, that this was a carjacking, the suspect is armed with a knife?
I don't know the verbiage that was used.
You may not know the verbiage, but can we agree that Norwalk, after the pursuit was broken off by you, notified Troop G that the suspect, that it was a carjacking armed with a knife?
I don't know that the words carjacking were used.
Okay. But we can agree that words to that effect were transmitted to Troop G.
Without hearing exactly what was said, I'm not comfortable saying what was or was not said.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I don't have it right now.
Actually, we just have one more moment. Your Honor, if the court pleases, I'd like to show or show through listening some of the transmissions for Troop G. It's going to take the parties about 5 minutes to find it. Could I ask the court to take a brief recess with the court's permission and the jury's permission?
And this is something that you've discussed with the state?
Yeah, no
just-
objection, no objection. We'll find that part. We're gonna play it anyway, but we can find it now and play it later. It's fine.
All right, yeah, so we'll take, what do you need, 5, 10 minutes?
I know where it is. We just have to tee it up in the correct.
So do you need like 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes recess.
All rise.
Attorney Riccio and I have agreed that this Exhibit 7, which are these radio calls from Norwalk to Troop G and then some other ones involving Troop G to its troopers, that can come in, and a portion of it, Attorney Riccio wants to play to refresh the recollection of Sergeant Pasego.
Okay, and was that the piece that is queued up now or something like that?
Yes, so I'm asked the clerk to mark this as Exhibit 7 by agreement.
And
There's
then-
no objection, Your Honor, and just for the record, Exhibit 7 is all transmissions. I will be asking questions about a couple of those.
Right, but that's going to be a state's exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, I understand. I understand. So that'll be full exhibit and you'll be ready to go. It was brought to my attention that I left the bench before the jury left. Shouldn't be that way, but that's what I did. I apologize. We'll see if we can do better. I also will take the opportunity just to have the rules that I alluded to at the very beginning today, having to do with media. I'm just going to mark that as a court exhibit so that it's in the record. That'll be Court 1. And is there anything else we have to do before we bring the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
I wonder if they'll be surprised to see me sitting here before they come back in the room. Can we bring them?
Right, correct. No.
You may proceed, Mr. Riccio.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Hello, Sergeant Pasegli. Right before the break, I was asking you questions about what transmissions were going over the radio regarding this incident. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And I believe your response was when I asked, did you hear any transmissions referring to a carjacking and there was a knife involved, you didn't know? Is that fair to say?
Correct.
If you were to hear the recordings, would that refresh your recollection as to what those transmissions were?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, for purposes of the record, I'm asking the 2 clips be played from State's Exhibit 7, and specifically call ID numbers 469, 724, and 439, 4724, and 439, 4728.
Okay, this is Resident Team. I get a call from Norwalk.
Yes.
Just the officer that's on the highway or near the vehicle, let them know their officers telling us to consider it a felony stop. They're considered a carjacking now.
I will say.
Sure.
Okay, we'll pass it on to the troopers.
Thank you.
Trooper 1422 just took a call from Norwalk PD. The officers that are investigating are stating that this is now a carjacking incident. Proceed caution. The individual did have a knife.
Thank you, Attorney Swift. Having heard the recordings, does that refresh your recollection as to what went over the radio on this particular day?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that it was broadcast over the radio that this stolen car incident was now being investigated as a carjacking, suspect has a knife?
Correct.
Okay. Now, purely from a timing perspective, if you recall, it seems as though from your reports, and from what we understand, that this incident, which started with a stolen car, was, again, the 4 o'clock hour, around 4:30 on that Wednesday afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And the call that you just, 2 calls that you just heard, came in at 4:50 p.m. If I were to tell you that those calls came in or went over the radio at 4:50 p.m., do you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
All right. And were you aware of the fact that now 450 before that, which was I think 4:30, between 4:30 and 4:40, Norwalk was initially describing this as a stolen car incident, correct?
Correct.
4:50, it's now a carjacking, suspect has a knife. We just heard that. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Norwalk at 5:20, which is after the incident concluded, called Troop G, if you know. In fact, it was, I think, Lieutenant, called back to say, no, it wasn't a carjacking. Sorry, we made our error, or words to that effect. Are you aware that subsequently Norwalk called Troop G and said, no, it's not, it wasn't really a carjacking?
No, not aware of that.
I know one of the people that you interviewed in Norwalk was a man by the name of Daniel Green. Daniel Green was the Lyft driver whose car was stolen, correct?
Yes.
And he lawfully possessed a weapon on this day in question. I think you or members of Norwalk PD made sure of that.
Yes.
Correct? He obviously drew his weapon out of what occurred, that his car was just being stolen. So he lawfully, he pulled out a weapon at the gas station, and that was what was reported to you, correct?
Yes.
He was afraid of what was taking place.
Objection, if a witness doesn't know what
Sustained.
has in mind.
Strike it.
But what was reported was he pulled out a gun, but that didn't stop the suspect from stealing Mr. Green's car, who ultimately took it onto Main Avenue, correct?
Correct.
I had asked earlier, sir, about how, generally speaking, a trooper or police officer cannot engage in a pursuit if there is no violence that was reported. Am I fairly or accurately representing the status of sort of what they call pursuit law?
Yes.
Pursuit, okay. But isn't it also true, sir, that a trooper or police officer may only engage in a pursuit if he or she has reasonable suspicion to believe that the driver or occupant of that car has committed, is attempting to commit, or will imminently commit a crime of violence? Is that what the status of the law is?
Yes.
And we heard that Norwalk informs Troop G that this was no longer a stolen car incident. This was a carjacking, suspect has a knife, correct?
Yes.
Crimes of violence as defined, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No other questions.
I have a question, too.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Busceglia, regardless of what was put out on the radio, this is a stolen car case, correct?
Correct.
And the guy moved from the back seat of the car to the front seat of the car with no weapon, no violence, no pushing, just got in the car and drove off, basically,
That's my
correct?
understanding, yes.
Yeah, okay. So this subsequent broadcast by Norwalk was a mistake. Is that how you characterize it?
I don't even know who coined it a carjacking.
Okay. But that information that you just heard, carjacking, knife involved, that was it's inconsistent with your investigation into this case.
At the time of the pursuit, yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Anything?
Just very briefly. While you understood that there was no crime of violence, you did know that the suspect slapped Mr. Green in the head, correct?
That was learned after the fact.
All right, thank you.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, officer. Thank you, Sergeant. Excuse me.
My next witness will be available at 2:00, Your Honor. Okay, thank you.
Okay, then we will take the luncheon recess now and we'll return at 2. Over the period between now and the time you come back, please do not make up your mind or form any opinions about the evidence that you've heard so far. As I've explained to you, you need to have the whole body of evidence before you're allowed to begin to deliberate or even form opinions about this, and don't discuss what you've heard here this morning with anyone, including among yourselves at all, and do not seek out any information beyond what you're hearing in the courtroom, and do not do any independent research or investigation. Do not respond really to any press inquiries that might occur over the break, and have a pleasant lunch.
All right, before you adjourn, could I have take 1 minute with the court after the jury is excused?
Yeah.
Would Your Honor permit the state to have custody of Exhibit 7 over the lunch break? That has a couple of different items on it, files on it, one of which I want to show to the next witness to authenticate it before she gets on the stand to testify.
Do you have objection? Oh, go ahead.
So I don't know if there's
Do you
objection.
have objection to that, Mr. Riccio?
Objection.
Okay, the state can do that. You want to?
I'll return to the clerk at 2 o'clock.
Okay. Just while we're here, I mean, I had noticed that one of the jurors seemed a little sleepy during the presentation before the last break, and then also once after the last break. I propose to continue to observe. Would you have me do something else at this point?
Not yet.
No, Your Honor, not yet.
Okay. All right. Then we're in a recess.
All rise.
Court is again in session. You may be seated. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Marshall. Do we have anything, counsel, to take up before the jury is back?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And we'll come back. Can counsel stipulate to the presence of 6 jurors and 3 alternates?
Will do.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Devlin.
Okay, our next witness is Giovanna Padilla. Come right this way, miss, please.
If you raise your right hand, you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
May you please state your first name and last name for the record?
Giovanna Padilla.
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
Padilla.
May you please spell it?
Spell it Padilla.
May you please state your address for the record?
12 New Street, Ansonia, 06401.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please be seated. And pull yourself up to the microphone so we can hear. Thank you.
Ms. Padilla, directing your attention to January 15th, 2020, about 4 years ago, were you employed by a business in Norwalk, Connecticut?
Yes,
And where'd you work?
AT&T.
Okay. And how long had you been working there?
A year,
Okay. And this, what basically was the business there?
selling phones,
Selling cell phones? Okay.
cell phones,
And what was
yes.
your job?
I was selling cell phones.
Like a sales associate?
Yes,
Okay. And who was the supervisor?
Alex.
Alex? Okay. And on January 15th, what hours were you working that day?
I was working 11 to 7
Okay.
p.m.
All right. And around 4:30-ish or so approximately, you remember a customer coming into the store?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you remember about him?
When he came in, he just wanted to get a new line, a new cell phone.
Okay. And can you describe it for me?
Describe the guy.
Yeah.
So he was tall. He was taller than me. He was dark skinned,
Okay. Anything about his clothing?
pink pants.
Pink pants. Okay. And
Yes.
how about coat, jacket, anything like
He
that?
had a coat.
Coat. All right. And so he wanted to buy an iPhone?
Buy an iPhone, yes.
All right. And what's the procedure when a customer, a potential customer wants to buy an iPhone?
You have to run the credit,
Okay. Before you decide if you
Before-
can sell the cell phone?
check the credit before to.
Okay.
Mhm.
And so when you were interacting with this person, how did he appear?
His personality
Yeah,
kept
yeah.
changing
Okay.
during the conversation.
How so?
It was random. He
Random?
was happy, then he was mad, then he was,
Okay.
yeah,
And was it kind of unpredictable how
Yes.
one to the next? All right.
yes.
And in connection with your job in terms of seeing if he qualified to get a phone, did you ask him for some identification?
Yes.
And what happened?
He gave me his passport.
Okay. All right. And in connection with doing the credit check on him, did you have to put his social security number into
Yes.
the database that you have?
Yes.
Okay. And how'd that go?
So I had to put in his social and the tablet, but he snatched the tablet from my hands.
Okay. So he
So-
wouldn't tell
so-
you his social security
No, he
number?
didn't want to tell me his social.
Okay. And so what happened after that when he took the tablet?
He took the tablet, then I took it back from him.
You took it back from him?
Yes,
Okay.
and he gave me the number then.
He did give you the number? Okay.
After, yes.
All right, all right. And when you put the number in, did you get a report about his credit status?
Yes, so his credit wasn't good.
Okay. And what did that mean in terms of the phone?
That he had to put down a deposit for the phone.
Okay. Do you remember how much it was?
It was like $400, $500 and something dollars.
Okay. I think your statement says $548. Is that refresh your memory?
Yes,
Okay. So he needed to come up with $548 like cash up front to get the phone?
yes,
Okay. Did you tell him that?
yes.
Okay. And how'd you respond to that?
I guess he didn't have the money. He didn't say anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what happened after that?
So I told him that he could get a prepaid phone, and he was telling me that if I think he don't have any money, he just told me that if I think he don't have any money.
If you thought he did not have any money?
Yes,
Okay.
if he,
All right. And did he say anything else about that?
no,
Okay. And so at some point, did he actually leave the AT&T store?
yes,
And did he come back into the store after a period of
Yes.
time? All right. And when he came back into the store, what part of the store were you in?
in the back.
In the back. Okay. Can you describe that for the jury?
It was like an L,
Okay.
and I was in the back of the L.
Okay.
Yes.
And so the front door
It
of the
was
store?
the front and then the
L.
back.
All right. And what kind of furniture is in the back of that L store?
The back
of L
is a table with chairs.
Okay. And who was back there?
My manager, Alex.
And were you back there?
Yes,
Okay. And were other employees of the store sort of around there?
yes.
Okay. And so did the fellow with the pink pants, did he come to that back L part
Yes.
of the store? Or what happened there?
So he was telling me that what happened to his phone, and I didn't even know he had a phone. So I told them, what are you talking about? And he told me, you messed up my phone. So my coworker told me that he had a knife on the side of his pocket. And that's,
Okay.
can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. You're doing great. So at some point, your coworker told you he had a knife?
Yes,
Okay. And did you yourself see the knife?
yes, I saw it.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury where the knife came from and how?
He
was
had it in
positioned?
his pocket.
Just stand up and show how to do it.
He had it. He was like standing right next to me, and he had it right here.
Okay. And it was pointed downward like you just had it?
Yes.
For the floor?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Please take your seat again. And how long did he keep the knife out of his pocket?
It was like a minute.
Okay. And so what happened after that?
So after that, I left the scene
Okay, where'd you go?
to the back of the store,
Okay.
to the other,
Like
to
an office
the,
area?
yeah,
All right. And who remained to talk to the man with the pink
Alex.
pants? Alex did, okay. And so he comes back in the store, he's making a complaint about his phone. You said he had nothing to do with the phone. Then he pulls his knife out, pointing it down at the floor. Then you leave.
yes.
Okay. Did you see the man again?
No,
Okay. Did you emerge from that office area at some point?
yeah, so I came outside when he left the store.
You came out when he left the store?
When he left,
Okay.
yes.
And what did you see then?
I saw when the police went to the station, to the gas station.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you see how he left the store? What means of transportation?
He left in a white car.
Okay. All right.
I saw the white car, but I didn't see him leave. I saw him outside when they were following him in the cop car and the
Okay.
police car.
So when you left the office area, and
Yes.
came into the main floor of the store, what did you see then about this fellow you're talking about?
When I left the office, I saw the police following him to the gas station.
Okay. So he's in a
Yes.
white car, police car
Yes.
behind him, and they're heading toward the gas station.
Yes.
On the corner of Main Avenue and like that Gristmill Road?
Yes.
Okay, good. So have you previously looked at a video of some footage of the store and both the main store and that L area you talked about?
Yes.
Okay.
6, right? Let's see, exhibit 6, please. So, Ms. Padilla, we're going to show you what the mark that exhibit 6 earlier. Look at this and see if you recognize. quick in there.
Okay.
Your Honor, there's no objection to the admission of this exhibit. So
I think it's a full exhibit
Okay, yes, it is, right, thank you.
already.
Can you stop right there, please? So is that the main sort of
Entrance.
entrance? Okay. And is that the gentleman there on the right with the, so it looks like a blue coat and pink pants?
Yes.
Okay, please play it. And excuse me, one second. 4:27:01, that's the time of day?
Yes.
This happened around 4:30 in the afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. See him walking in front of the store?
Yes.
Stop it up, please. So where is the man heading now? He's entered the store and which direction he's heading in there?
To the back of the store.
And you're back there with your manager?
Yes.
Okay, please play. Just stop it for a second, please. So is this person an employee of the store? The gentleman, like right here?
Yes.
Okay. And you seem somewhat alarmed, do you agree?
Yes.
Did that happen probably pretty much right after the knife was seen?
Yes.
Okay, please play it. And that woman there, like to the left of the table, was she also a worker at the store?
Yes.
Okay, what's her name?
Jamie.
Jamie. Is Jamie the person that alerted you that the gentleman was holding a knife? to his
Yes.
side? Okay. Do you know what they're doing there on their phones?
They calling the police.
The gentleman on the left part of the picture, is that Alex, the manager?
Yes.
Just stop that for a moment, Attorney Slid. So the street that runs in front of the AT&T store, what's the name of that street?
Main Street.
Okay. And the Shell gas station, as we're looking at it, would it be to the left or the right?
To the left.
So we're to the left.
To the left.
So like on the top, off the top of the picture.
Yes.
Okay. Please play it. Thank you. Did you see this interchange between Alex and the gentleman with the pink pants? Did you see any of that?
No.
Okay. Is that you just coming in from the left part of the picture there?
Yes.
Back, behind Jamie?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go to the next video? So when we were there, you said you saw a white car going toward the gas station and a police car following it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Stop right there for a second, please. Okay, so this is this L area you were talking about, correct?
Yes.
Is that you in the bottom of the picture at the table there?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the gentleman approaching you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just play it. And is this where he's telling you that you messed up his phone?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know. Just stop for a second, please, Teresa. So from this angle, you can't see a knife. At what point did you see that, actually see the knife?
It was
Earlier?
yes, earlier.
Okay. Let's go back from the beginning, and maybe you can tell us where you, tell me at what point, you saw that.
When I moved from the chair.
Okay. He's complaining about messing up his phone.
Yes.
At this point,
It was right there.
right there, okay. All right, and that lady's backing up. Your coworker's backing up at that
Yes.
point? Okay, good. Okay, and after he drove away in that white car, you got no further involvement in this case, correct?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
So, Ms. Padilla, we just watched two videos, and you had pointed out originally there was Alex, the manager, and Jamie. I noticed a couple other people in the store. Were they employees or customers?
There was one customer and one other employee.
All right. Now, in that second video that we just observed, Jamie, after the knife came out, Jamie seemed to head towards the front of the store. And then there was a gentleman who seemed to be in front of a table. Was that another employee?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know his name?
Vinny.
Okay. So during this whole event, you had four employees. So you had Alex, you had you had Jamie, you had Vinny.
And we had another one.
Okay, so 5 employees were in the store. And I thought I saw at least one customer
One customer.
who was in the front near the window.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you certainly jumped pretty high, or you moved away and you would appear to have jumped when the knife came out. Is that a fair
Yes.
way to put it?
Yes.
What did the knife look like?
It was a long kitchen knife.
Okay. And you said it was in his right hand, in his pocket? And he
Yes.
pulled it out of the
He
pocket?
pulled it out.
Now, we saw it on the video, but what is your recollection of the jacket that he was wearing?
He had a big coat.
Okay, like puffy coat?
Puffy.
Because
Puffy
this
coat.
was in January, correct? So it was
Yes.
cold.
It was cold.
And so he was wearing a big puffy winter jacket.
Yes.
And that knife was in the front right pocket of the winter jacket.
Yes.
Okay. You were scared.
Yes.
In fact, I dare to say very scared that a knife
Yes.
was just pulled out, correct? Had that ever happened to you before?
No.
One of the more scary experiences of your life?
Yes.
Now, Jamie seemed to head the other way too.
Yes.
I know after this incident had occurred, you were interviewed by the Norwalk Police Department,
Yes.
correct? And you gave a statement.
Yes.
I just want to ask you a couple questions about that statement because obviously you were one of the people, the closest to the gentleman in the pink pants. You said earlier today that when he came in, your initial impression of him was that he was acting mentally disturbed
Yes.
and that he was acting strange.
Yes.
Now, what was his tone like? Was he calm? Was he loud? Was he yelling? What was he doing?
He was it was changing. So he was loud, then he was like speaking low, then he was friendly. It was changing.
So he was
It was
all over
all over the place. Yes.
And I believe you said that at one point, when you were asked questions about entering his social security number, he actually grabbed the tablet out of your hands.
Yes.
And you took it back.
I took it back. Yes.
I assume that's store policy. You
Yes.
do it. Okay. And he was aggressive in that regard to snatch that out of your hands.
Yes.
All right. Now, he came in and out of the store a few times. I think he left twice, and so he was in the store 3 times in total. At some point in time, would it appear as though he was sort of talking to himself,
Yes.
talking about things like money and?
Yes.
All right. The second or the first video we saw, when he came in, it seemed like he was coming in pretty hot, pretty aggressive.
Yes.
And is that was that a concern to you too, that he re-entered the store acting very aggressive?
I was confused.
Okay.
I didn't even know what was going on.
This is the guy that had moments ago pulled the
Yeah.
knife out,
Yes.
so you were worried.
Oh no, I didn't see him when he came back in.
Okay. All right.
I saw him. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I didn't see him the third time that he came in.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Now, what we saw in the video is that after he left the last time, was that Alex, your boss, locked the door?
Yes.
Everyone in the store was looking outside because they were observing where this guy was next going.
Yes.
Correct? Now, did you see him get into that white car?
I saw him leave
Okay.
in the white car.
The 2 prior times he had walked out, did you see him approach that same white car or you didn't pay attention?
I didn't pay attention.
Okay. The second video we saw was an interaction that appeared to be between him and Alex. Were you there when that interaction between the man in the pink pants and Alex happened?
Yes.
Did it appear as though the man in the pink pants tried to take a phone
Yes.
and Alex was there to take it back from him?
Yes.
And is that what happened in the video that we saw?
Yes.
And then after that interaction, that was the third interaction, he then left the store never to return.
Yes.
Okay. We saw Alex on the phone and I think Jamie was on the phone. Did you also call the police?
No.
Okay. you assumed that they were calling the police.
Yes.
In fact, you probably heard Alex calling the
I
police.
saw them calling the police.
Okay. All right, I have no other questions. Thank you very much.
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Padilla-Sanchez.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Hume, is our next witness? Same one we just played, right? With other call. So what's the exhibit number on that? 7, okay.
Somebody up to the marshal, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm gonna want to play
Please state your name. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely swear that the case,
video.
the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
That's in 6, right?
May
Okay.
you please state your first and last name for the record?
First name Bruce, last name Hume,
May you please spell out your last name for the record?
Hume.
May you please state your badge number and your business address, please?
My business address before I retired was 1 Monroe Street, South Norwalk, Connecticut, and I didn't have a badge number. My ID number was H012.
Thank you.
Welcome. Have a seat. Thank you.
Just pull up to the microphone if you would, sir, so you can reach it easily.
So you are currently retired from the police department?
Yes, I am.
Okay, but prior to that, what rank did you hold in the Norwalk Police Department?
I was a lieutenant.
All right. And on directing your attention to January 15, 2020, you're on duty that evening?
Yes, I was.
All right. At the Norwalk Police Department?
Yes.
And what was your role that evening?
I was the shift commander of the 3 to 11 shift.
Okay, so all the police officers, you were their supervisor?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, did you hear a call over the radio relating to a possible carjacking and a possible police pursuit?
Yes, I did. It was the thing that caught my attention was the pursuit. Yes.
Okay. And why was that?
Because they become dangerous.
Okay. All right. High-speed pursuits, generally dangerous?
Yes.
All right. And so as a supervisor, part of your job is to sort of watch over that sort of stuff?
Correct.
Okay. Did you subsequently learn information about this actual theft of this car to make a determination if it was fit the definition of a carjacking versus not?
Ultimately, I made the decision that it did not fit. It didn't appear at that point to fit the definition of a carjacking, that it was most likely just a stolen car.
Okay. So we have a video of the car actually being taken.
Okay.
And I want to take a look at that screen and see what your assessment of this is. You seen this video before from the Shell station?
I saw a bit of it online just like a week ago, but I couldn't really see the car, and I saw it in the office prior.
Okay, so a white car is going to come into view
Okay.
there in a moment. Stop there, please. That's Daniel Green. You familiar with Mr. Green as the operator of that Lyft vehicle?
I was not aware of his name, but that appears to be the operator of the lift, yes.
Okay, right. Okay, please play it. And you see the person with pink pants coming out of the rear of the vehicle
Yes, I do.
and going into the driver's seat?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the gentleman coming up there, and then stop it, please. It appears to be a Norwalk police officer who's approaching the vehicle, I guess trying to get the door open.
It appears to be. I mean, I can't tell who it is but yeah.
Right. Let's just play it. And the car then, I guess, proceeds off and up Gristmill Road there. And you see, I think a Norwalk police car following
Oh,
it.
with overheads, uh-huh.
And then I think you'll see a couple of other police cars following it.
I think there's one more that comes into the picture there. Thank you. Okay, I guess not. So Lieutenant Hume, that interaction there, the fellow moving from the back seat of the vehicle to the front seat of the vehicle and driving away, how would you characterize that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
He's not qualified as an expert. I understand he's a former police officer, but he's being asked to conclude if a carjacking took place.
Or didn't take place.
Or didn't take place, as the case may be.
Right.
All right, is that the point of your question?
Yes, if this is a lieutenant in the police department whose job it was to make that assessment and did make that assessment that night, and I'm looking to find that this confirms or refutes his assessment.
Allow it overruled?
What would you say to that?
Without the benefit of having seen that, I made the decision to break off the pursuit. But having seen that, I agree with my my decision from 4 years ago. It did not appear to be a carjacking.
All right. So when you made the decision to break off the pursuit, how did you effectuate that?
Initially, when I even heard that there was a pursuit, I had called communications on the phone and told them if it was motor vehicle only to break it off. And then I went to the communications division and we had further information, but ultimately I maintained that position that we would not pursue that car.
Okay. Did the dispatcher notify the officers who were pursuing to stop, basically?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you ensure that that was carried out?
We did a roll call on the air. So every unit that was working, you would call them and verify that they got the information or the order to break off the pursuit.
Okay. And were other police departments notified of this pursuit and the fact it was broken off?
The pursuit went out on the hotline, so communications was in charge of that. So there would be numerous other departments that heard it, including the state police. I was not operating the radio. To the best of my knowledge at that point, our communications supervisor, Tina Rawls, was on the phone with the state police. So we put it over the air, I believe, and she told them verbally over the phone. She was in phone contact with them.
Okay. And did you receive any information about how the state police were handling the situation after the pursuit was terminated?
No, I broke it off. We had broken it off, and then I went back down to my office, and that's the last I heard about it until I was notified by another lieutenant that there'd be an incident. There had been an incident in West Haven.
An officer involved shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And when you learned there was an officer involved shooting in West Haven, involving the same vehicle that was the subject of the Norwalk pursuit?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, correct.
What did you do then?
I went back up to the communications room upstairs and called Troop G on the phone to see if I could offer any assistance or if they needed anything, and to kind of ask what happened. And then I sent the sergeant, Sergeant Bisegli, up to West Haven to see if he could offer any assistance to them.
Okay, so we're going to play that call that you made to Troop G now. This is part of Exhibit 7. So a portion of Exhibit 7. So please listen to this, Lieutenant.
Okay.
State Police First Report Dispatch, man.
Lieutenant Hume from Norwalk. So I should talk to, as much as I can piece together here what happened with this whole thing, I should talk to somebody. I don't know if your shift commander's there or.
Yeah, so what happened was, yeah, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but what happened was we chased that car down to West Haven.
Yes.
And then the car was not there. Yeah, so both of our sergeants that work inside are both out of the scene right now.
Okay. Well, let me tell you then what we pieced together down here, and you can repeat it if anybody wants. So at the AT&T store, which is on Route 7 here next to Town Fair Fire, this guy, the suspect who was shot now, comes in and he's walking around talking crazy, brandishing a knife. He goes up to one of the girls in there and he says something about they hacked his phone or something, or they deleted his memory or whatever it is. And she says, we can't do that from here. So he's walking around ranting and like with the knife. So the manager comes out of the back and tells him, you gotta leave. So he leaves. And apparently then calls a lift, which I guess comes relatively quickly. He gets into the back of the lift. And the guy drives down to, I'm thinking it's the Shell station on Broad Street in Norwalk, with the suspect in the back seat all the while hitting the driver in the back of the head. So the guy pulls into the gas station and says, that's it, get out. I've got a gun. This is the lift driver. I've got a gun. Get out of the cab. So the guy gets out of the cab, and as they're standing there, the guy jumps into the lift. Yep. The suspect jumps into it and drives away. Okay. So that's what we have here. And when we kind of got most of this together, it's looking like the sergeant on the scene said it is not a carjacking. So that's when we broke it off and let everybody know the latest we have is not a carjacking. Okay. And then the last week, somebody up here talked to one of you guys. You weren't pursuing anymore. You're monitoring on the cameras. You could exit 34.
Yeah, because so one of the dispatchers called back and said that it was being considered a carjacking at the moment.
Yeah, it was back and forth. The last thing we said was not. Frankly, was it or wasn't it? It's a big mess. Did he say the Uber driver? We have the Lyft driver. Did he brandish the knife and push him in? Well, then technically it's a carjacking. Yeah. But the last I had from the sergeant on the scene, it was not. He just jumped in the car and drove it away. Okay. So what happened to the scene? So they stopped him, obviously, and he came and done like or something?
Yeah, I don't think he stopped. They got off of 43 in West Haven. If you're familiar with 43 in West Haven, it's a very steep ramp. Yeah. So he took the left to go underneath the highway. And I don't know if he lost it or struck something coming off the ramp, but that's when we lost communication with the troopers for a few minutes, and then they came over and there were shots fired. So.
Okay. I have a sergeant going up there from here now, and then we are out here at the scene. So let me give whoever needs it. Let me give you my phone number. Sure. It's 203-246-7687, and it's Lieutenant Hume, HUME.
All right, so I'll pass your information on. I appreciate it. Yeah, you did have a sergeant going up to 43, right?
Yeah, we have somebody going up there.
Yeah, sounds good. I appreciate it.
Just in this head lead.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Great. Thanks. Bye-bye.
So do you remember that phone call?
Yes, I do.
So about in the middle of that phone call, the Troop G dispatcher says, somebody from Norwalk called Troop G after you had terminated the pursuit and said it was being investigated as a carjacking. Were you aware of that?
I had no knowledge of that, no, until you actually told me in the office.
Okay. But you heard that on the phone call?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And so from your perspective, there was this incident at the AT&T store. It goes down to the Shell station. You saw the video of what happened in the Shell station. The officers, Norwalk officers agreed it wasn't a carjacking and stopped the pursuit. But then somehow this information gets relayed to Troop G incorrectly. Fair to say?
Apparently, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. And then what further involvement did you have in this case, sir?
And that was it, pretty much. I had guys go back to the AT&T store. There had been an incident earlier at LA Fitness. We had somebody head up there. It was just kind of pulling it all together, what had happened.
Right. Okay.
Which is hard to do when it's happening.
Sure. But I guess, were you aware of the fact that the officer-involved shooting resulted in a death? Were you aware of that?
At that point, I don't think so.
Okay, just a shooting had happened
Right.
at exit 43.
Right.
All right, great. No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Frank Riccio. We've never met before.
No.
I represent Trooper North. So timing is a funny thing, isn't it? In this particular case, we have
a fluid series of events, correct?
Correct.
And my best estimate, and I'm going to ask you to comment on this, is that there were almost like competing messages being sent to the troopers, to Troop G. Is that fair to say?
That may be. It's actually hard for me to say because I wasn't communicating with them until after it occurred.
Fair enough. In fact, I think
I was getting all kinds of information though. So
right.
Yeah.
And we just heard your communication, which, if my notes are correct, was around 5:20 p.m.
Yeah.
But whatever the time was, that's
Okay.
That's the extent of your communication. Now, you called off the pursuit in Norwalk, correct? And this is primarily, and correct me if I'm wrong, primarily based upon the fact that it was at that time a stolen car without any violence alleged, correct?
That's what it appeared to be at that point. Yes.
And I'm sure other factors that worked into that was the traffic conditions. This was rush hour. Wednesday afternoon, 4:30. So traffic conditions, the speed of the suspect vehicle, and those types of things, correct?
Correct.
Now, approximately 10 or so minutes after, were you aware that approximately 10 or so minutes after you called off your pursuit, Troop G is sending out a bulletin saying that this was a carjacking, the suspect had a knife?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. With the assistance of Attorney Slitt, I'm going to ask you to listen to two very brief recordings that represent two calls that dispatch sent out around 4:50 p.m.
Okay.
And ask you, after you hear these two recordings, to ask you some questions based on those. Please.
The vehicle, let them know.
Please switch forward to special events.
Okay, dispatch advance team, I get a call from Norwalk.
Yes.
The officer that's on the highway or near the vehicle, let them know there are officers telling us to consider it a felony stop. They're considered a carjacking now.
All right, hold on a second.
Sure.
Okay, we'll pass it on to the troopers.
Hey,
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Troop G 1422 869. Just took a call from Norwalk PD. The officers that are investigating are stating that this is now a carjacking incident. Just use caution. The individual did have a knife. Approaching 26 Centerwood.
Having now heard those two recordings, can you agree that communications went over the radio that on two different occasions a report of carjacking, suspect has a knife, was sent out?
Yes.
And these communications were 10 minutes or so after you terminated the pursuit in Norwalk. Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't.
Now, the recording that we first heard of you communicating with Troop G was at about 5:20 p.m. 30 minutes after those two recordings were put out over the radio. Were you aware of that 30-minute time differential?
No, I was not. I didn't know those were put out after I broke the pursuit off.
And were you aware that the incident that brings us here took place between the 4:50 p.m. call alleging a carjacking and the 5:20 p.m. call stating this is not a carjacking?
No, I was not aware of that. I don't know the time frame.
So I guess the question is, how was it, withdrawn? We can agree that the 4:50 p.m. communications that we just heard were communications that were not authorized by you, correct?
Correct.
But someone authorized them because they went out over the radio, correct?
Correct. And Tina, who was speaking there, was the communications supervisor. So that would be her.
And as we know, all the communications that are going out over the radio, there are troopers and police officers all relying upon the accuracy of that information, correct?
Correct.
At the conclusion of your statement, and when I say statement, the relatively 3-minute length conversation that you had with Troop G, there was a dialogue with you and Troop G, and I think you said words to the effect of, you know, is this a carjacking? Is this not a carjacking? Yeah, I don't know. It went back and forth.
Correct. It did go back and forth.
Now, can we agree that at least over the radio, it didn't, over the communications that we just heard, it didn't go back and forth. It was, you terminated the pursuit, 11 minutes later, carjacking with a knife.
Sure. I terminated the pursuit, went back down to my office, which isn't in communications. And then apparently, I mean, I don't know the time frame, but that information was put out and I don't know why.
The rules regarding pursuits, generally, I know there's a lot of them, but one of them is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that pursuits are not authorized if you're pursuing a stolen car. Or to say it differently, pursuits are not authorized if there's no threat of violence. Am I oversimplifying it?
Threat of violence, an ongoing dangerous situation. Pursuits of stolen cars, I believe, are illegal now. I used to break them off anyway, even before they were illegal, because it's a property crime.
And was that the status of the law in 2020, January?
I believe that was before it became illegal to chase stolen cars.
Now, notwithstanding that, there was a pursuit by Norwalk from Main Avenue or thereabouts onto Route 7, onto I-95, correct?
I'm not sure how far it went or where he was when it got broken off, but that was the way it went, yes.
Okay. And pursuits are authorized if there's reasonable suspicion that violence just happened, is happening, or is about to happen.
Correct.
And using that status of the law, that's what you use to base your breaking the pursuit off in Norwalk.
Excuse me. Basically, there was also talk of a gun, but the gun apparently was the driver's gun, and that was pretty much what we thought at that point.
Right.
Right.
But you also had a suspect in a stolen car,
right,
driving over the speed limit on Route 7, busy road during rush hour, Wednesday afternoon. That's dangerous too, correct?
Sure.
Moderate traffic. And did you consider the welfare of all of the motorists that may have, God forbid, come into contact with him during the pursuit?
At the point I broke it off?
Before you broke it off, and let me ask you, and I hope I didn't confuse you, in considering whether to break it off, do you consider the public that's at risk where you have a stolen car in a heavily populated area driving fast during rush hour? I mean,
sure.
Are those considerations too?
No, that's why. That's one of the things you consider: the time of day, the traffic, rush hour, and the danger that it presents to people who are just driving their cars, who are not involved.
But considering that, there was a decision by Norwalk to break it off regardless. Because you broke it off at 4:39.
Sure, I broke it off, but I did not have information that it was definitely, there had been force used or a weapon displayed. It had been displayed earlier, but I didn't, you know, when I got up to communications, it seemed everything was, everyone was talking about the gun, which ended up being the driver's gun. So taking everything into consideration, I thought we're putting more people at risk by chasing this guy. The hope is that maybe he'll just stop or get off and go away, and that'll be the end of it. And we can investigate it, which is always preferable to a pursuit.
This is I think a perfect example of a police officer having to make split-second decisions based upon the information you have at the time, correct?
Oh, it absolutely is. And everybody yelling and screaming over the radio at the same time.
Sure. So it doesn't help when you're in a high-tension situation and there's lots of noise and lots of chaos around you.
Oh, no.
To have to make decisions based upon all that chaos.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
It's difficult.
It is very difficult.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
You didn't make your decision to shoot your gun that day, did you?
Objection.
Well, he's talking about high-risk, split-second decisions.
Yeah,
I
I'll
want to distinguish it from
I'll
what.
sustain the objection.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
That'll be stricken, please. I think we're all set. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, but I think as we go along. That's what I'm doing, sort of. Good question.
So I apologize to the court, Your Honor. We have no further evidence to offer today. We're prepared to resume the trial tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Okay, and so
Perfectly fine.
I thought so. As I had mentioned, usually we'll work until 4:30 or so. I told you this morning it would probably be more like 4 o'clock today. Sometimes these things happen. It's early in the trial and we have time to make it up. So I'm going to excuse you for today. As I said before, and you'll get tired of hearing this, but it's very important. I really want you to don't make up your mind based on the evidence that you've heard so far. And don't even form opinions on the evidence that you've heard so far. There's going to be quite a bit more. You're not to discuss any of this with anyone, including your fellow jurors, under any circumstances. Do not seek out any information about the case, any of the characters involved. Do not visit the site or anything like that, and do not respond to inquiries from people who you believe to be from the media. And we'll see you tomorrow at about 9. All right? All right, thank you. So you're excused for today. You'll collect the books, or you can leave them on the chairs, and then the marshals will pick them up. Is that okay? Yeah, just leave them, and then no. Oh, all right. Then take them with you, but leave them someplace so we can get them back. Okay? Don't take them home. So, Mr. Devlin, what does it look like for tomorrow?
Well, we have, I think, hopefully a full day of evidence between the Lyft driver and officers from the crime squad task force, as well as I think we have a full day of evidence tomorrow.
Okay.
Or almost a full day of evidence.
Well, okay,
Do
maybe
my
a
best.
little more full, because will we have the witness you were going to call now tomorrow?
We have the
The
witness.
witness you were going to call.
He's not
Your
here.
next witness. Oh, is this the Carolina?
No, we've actually skipped over him. It's the gentleman that drove the Lyft car. He was scheduled to come tomorrow morning anyway.
Okay, all right. Do we have anything that we need to discuss?
Attorney Vecchio and I are going to go over the exhibit list to see if we could reach further agreements, but nothing involving the court.
Yeah, I will compliment you guys on doing that, because it really obviously does streamline things quite a bit. Can I just have you two up here for a second? And this would be when you would Yes, sir.
All rise.